Well, hello there, and welcome to another Chill Monday live stream. This is gonna be just a very chill, unscheduled live stream where we work a little bit on the Traction Point demo mission. So, this is kind of hardly the prime time for streaming, at least here in Finland, since this is pretty much Monday morning over here. But we'll see. Maybe we'll have some people coming by. Let me know, as always, if my audio levels are somehow bad. And let's begin. So I've been working a little bit on this elevator station lately, and as we did in the previous live stream, we had a look here in this flow graph, which essentially specifies the flow for the mission. Actually, in the previous live stream, we worked on these mission multi-line dialog nodes. They now have this UI here that allows us to actually put multiple lines into them. In the previous live stream, we just had like a hard-coded dialog here. So this is pretty nice, and that's how we actually now view these things. And we can see that we actually have a few of them here in various places of the flow graph. But yes, I was gonna try something here. I want to make sure that actually, let's do one thing. So I want to detect here if someone actually rides this monorail, and I have this trigger here that I just added before I started recording. Actually, it's this place here. You can see the volume of the trigger there. On object entered, we print something and then we set that to true. Yeah, that should be fine. Let's make sure it actually happens, so that we don't get any unexpected issues later on. We need to, of course, start the mission for that to happen. And actually, we probably need to... nah, never mind. Thinking about something else here. And we can just like put in a test vehicle here. Switch to that, and then then ride the monorail. If you look at this, it's like print debug info. So this stuff appears in the here in this corner of the screen. It should be right along like this pillar, I think. We should probably get it from actually multiple objects. We should get it for the car itself, and we should get it for the maybe for the ramp and for the vehicle. Yeah, you can see here. Monorail refinery to lift station track monorail car has ridden. Spawned has ridden. That's probably the one that we're actually interested in. Spawned 390i. That's probably the randomly generated name that this car has gotten. Let's see. Yes. Cool. So that means that if it is the single player avatar, then we actually set this. Yeah, that should work. That should work fine. Because if you're entering this lift station, elevator station, via the monorail, then you don't actually want any kind of explanation for this monorail station here. But if you enter through some other means and then you arrive here, then you actually want the people in your group to comment on it somehow, to explain it to you. But it sort of doesn't make sense that you've just ridden in on the monorail and then you go to the monorail place and they're like, "This is a monorail." I'm like, "Yes, I just rode it." So we want to disable that if we've actually ridden the monorail here. And that's where that trigger comes in handy. Cool. Okay, so how do we actually do that then? We actually want another. We can call this something like has ridden monorail trigger. And we can copy that. Monorail station. Let's see. If I can type. Monorail station, and I think this is like station A, right? Or is this station B? The monorail has sort of like a concept of A to B. It always has two. Let's see, refinery, monorail station. Yeah, I think that might actually be B. Let's have a look at the code here quickly. Monorail car component. Yeah, so station A to B. It always has two stations. One is A, the other one is B. And I wonder how was it actually set up to treat one as A and the other as B? I don't remember anymore. On arrival at station A. Okay, yeah, call to station B. Right, so this is the interaction area. If you drive here and you're like, I want the monorail to arrive here, That's called to station B. And that would be start at station B. Right, so this is station B. Okay. Good. Can drag that upwards a little bit. And then make that station B. And maybe that can be like a sphere. Yeah, I think that's probably fine. So this trigger will be activated if the mission is active. And when the player arrives here, we want the other people to mention something. So how do we actually do that then? We go here, we add another variable to this, bool variable. Player at monorail station B. Station B. Something like that. Its initial value is false. Yeah. We have basically the script set up already. We just need to copy the name of this new variable that we added here. Like so. So object has... We can actually put that inside of the single player avatar check. I think that's probably fine, and then we can just say player has been at monorail station B. These are just kind of handy to have these outputs here to debug this later on. If for some reason something doesn't trigger the way you're expecting it to. We can say player. Yeah. Cool. And we'll probably want another one actually here later on, but I haven't really scripted this refinery yet in any sensible way. So let's go back to that later on. But now we have a global variable, as these things are called, which is set to true when the player arrives at the monorail station. So we can have the mission actually read that and trigger the dialogue at the appropriate place. Let's find the appropriate place. So the player has entered the elevator station. I need to look at my notes here to see what was the plan here. What was the plan here? Right, so when the find the power station conversation has ended, so that's like this one. Put a note here. Find the power station. Something like that. Only if the player hasn't arrived at the elevator station via the monorail. Right. So here we want to actually sort of branch off another conversation thing. Let's see. Yeah, we want to use one of these track condition nodes and then read the correct Boolean value. So the correct Boolean value, of course, is the player at monorail station B, right? And here we can quite simply, when we have ended the conversation about like player entering the area, we can start tracking this thing. And if it is then suddenly true, then we need to check let's see. Wait for condition. Logic. It's probably like an AND. No, AND is actually it just ANDs two things together, so that's not the one we want. We want to actually advance from here. But then we want to actually, let's see. So basically what we want here is that like this. It's another monorail variable, right? Player has ridden monorail. So we want to read this, and we want to actually invert it, so we can put in a not node here. So if this is true, it is initially false, and then this is false. So we haven't ridden, but we have arrived. Then we want to trigger some dialogue. We can copy one of these guys here and just like remove everything from for now. The player has arrived at the monorail station. Something like this. But we don't want to just do that, because if they have arrived there, then it doesn't make sense to trigger that thing. Okay. So we want a branch, right? And I think we probably just want to do something like this. Move those guys down there. Something like this. Just branch on that, and if it's false, then we don't actually do anything. We just stop caring about this whole thing. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. So we can put in some dialogue here. So there's a little bit of auto-completion here. You can get all the characters that can say things. So we can have Rowan saying here like this. Monorail leads to the refinery. We don't have any audio yet. And the duration can be, I don't know, 2 seconds or something like that. Have a little bit of a delay. Another line. We have Diego asking, is it still powered? Just get rid of the audio lines there for now. I don't have any voiceovers yet. Is it still powered? I don't know, 2 seconds. Again, delay line. Looks like it. So we have kind of a situation here where like this place is powered down. You need to find power cells for it, but this monorail still runs, and you can actually use that to solve the problem, shall we say. Delay line. Something like this, right? And this is all very much placeholder stuff. Like so. Maybe we should actually change this around a little bit. So if the player goes to the monorail station without having used it to enter the elevator station, play some dialogue, something like this. Kind of just explains this whole thing here. Cool. Should we test this maybe? Might make sense. So let's put the master volume down. I'm gonna actually start the mission here. Like so. And typically what I do when I debug and develop missions like this, I have something that I call jump points. That sort of allows me to jump forward in the script a little bit. To make it faster, to like test things later on. I don't have any jump points in this mission yet. And this mission is actually a fair bit more non-linear than I typically than I have done so far, shall we say. So I'm not exactly sure how I would even implement that jump point, because you can go you can solve this mission in quite a few different ways. Okay, so now we haven't actually ridden in via the monorail. So now if we go here, we get the dialogue we just added. Nice. Nice, nice. But on the other hand, if we do it a little differently. Start the mission. And we actually just go this way. Actually, let me just do one thing here. I'm gonna restart this again. I'm gonna add a handy shorthand for myself here that I can run. I can do server run dev script, I think it is called. Start mission. Yep. So it just runs these commands sort of one after another, one go. I think we can add one more maybe. Server run dev script. Remove some blockers here so that we can just cheat our way up this path in the name of development. This is a little steep, which is actually probably good. Shouldn't be able to drive up there. Smokestack is blocking the way. Well, it's actually not, because I removed it. Yeah, this allows us to test a few things. You're supposed to be able to go this way. Here you're actually supposed to get some information, some dialogue about this dispenser here, right? So if you go here, you can actually have this produce a power cell. Boom. So we need to put in some dialogue there. That's fine. Then you're supposed to go this way. This should now give us some dialogue here, like, oh, this monorail leads to the elevator station, like essentially like the other way around. And now that we hit that trigger there that we scripted previously, we should not get that dialogue when we actually arrive at the monorail station. Alright, so we got set true, player has ridden monorail, that's good. That's what we want. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we have actually one problem here. I can immediately see. Find a way into the elevator station. We haven't actually. Yeah, we don't get that obviously, but we actually don't trigger some other things either. So basically, the player has entered the refinery. It should probably go here, and then we go like flow end reached. Yeah. Okay. Well, I haven't really explored that way of entering the base yet. Format print flow end reached. Let's just quickly make sure that we actually get there. And again, we can run our two things. So format print might actually arrive at the output for the game, right? Like here. Let's see. Let's see what happens. And yeah, they're talking about a smoke pillar, which is not here yet, but it's supposed to be where that one smokestack has sort of fallen off. So I think when we drive up this ramp, we should get that output either on the console or there in the lower corner. Yeah, we got flow end reached there in the console window. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, we need to deal with the whole case of the player driving to the refinery first. That's okay. Anyway, so now we have this thing done. That's nice. Can mark that as done. Okay. So, when the player enters the base, they need to find the power station. This is the power station here. Very work in progress power station, but still. We need there to be... we need the player to put in these kinds of power cells in the these receptacles here. Maybe we should put some other crap here inside of this prop. Let's put some dynamic crates here just to make it seem a little less random. Or sorry, not random. I'm thinking out loud here, but a little less solitary. So let's actually put random Y direction, and then we can have some of these guys here. Something like that. Move these up a little bit. Take all of these and move them up a little bit, and then we just drop them down. So drop and sort of jumping a little bit. Why are you jumping? Stop your jumping. There we go. A little more stuff there inside of the garage or whatever that is. But yeah, according to my script here, there's supposed to be an empty power cell. We have this guy, which is like a full power cell, which is sort of signaled to the player by this glow here. So we should probably have an empty power cell as well. And I think for now we're actually just going to create another object type for that. Let's see, we have gameplay. It's a gameplay object, yeah, bar cell. Let's have a look here, see what we have. So this is the thing. can just duplicate this guy and say empty, power cell empty. I think if we set the mesh inner to just something that's not glowing, right? Power line, power cell glow. Yeah, just put that to like lockout dark gray, like so. That's our empty power cell right there. Or should it have some other material? Some like, what do we have? Building window. Yeah, the problem here is that the inside of this mesh doesn't have. You can sort of see that there's no. Well, there's actually backface culling, is what I'm trying to say. If that is sort of supposed to be like glass or something. And I guess that looks kind of interesting, but we don't have backfaces enabled. Okay. Vehicle windshield. Yeah, it's the same thing, it's just a little less blue. Okay, well, let's just put like the dark, whatever it was called, dark gray. Yeah, it's kind of boring though. It's kind of boring though compared to this thing. Yeah. Well, we can always make it nicer later on. All right, so we can shut that down. So there's supposed to be a power cell there in the garage, and there's supposed to be an empty power cell in one of these receptacles, as they are called. So I need to actually reload this thing to refresh those blueprints that we just added. Like so. And now we should have more empty power cell. Let's put it there. Need to see where's the receptacles. Where are the receptacles? You can see they're yellow bounding volumes there, but can't be easily selected from the view, so where are the things? Oh, they're probably actually not there in the mission. Let's see, receptacle, there we go. Okay, so it's that one, and I think that is the... That is probably the transform that we want to copy. Let's see if that works. So, to play around with these power cells, you need a vehicle that can actually lift them. And a gripper is one such vehicle. And so this guy should be able to actually do that. Let's see. It's sitting kind of weirdly there. Yeah, it's actually not, it was not actually inside the receptacle. Oh, and I know why actually. because it needs to accept the empty ones as well. So we need 2 there, and then we just need the full name of that one as well. Yes. So these guys can accept power cells or empty power cells. Yeah, you need to like specifically and explicitly set up which object types they accept. Otherwise, you can just like push. I don't know, like a. Oh, damn! What happened? Dynamic object receptacle component. Unreceived object name has changed. What? Okay. Interesting. Let's see what is happening. Mm-hmm. 273. Right. An object was inserted. What do we have? Game state, game object pointer, name hash. Yeah, I wonder if this object actually hasn't been created on some level. That is why it complains. I bet that's what's happening here. Let's see if we can actually attach this. Let's see. Probably that one. And then we run this script of ours. Now it works, of course. Hey, game development for you. Isn't that right? Yeah, so this it should just like ever so slightly be sort of levitating there because the receptacle is holding it in place. Looks like it is. So now it's sort of properly held there. Now if we create a gripper here. Annoyingly rotated. Let's move it here so we have a little bit of space to actually turn it around. Now we shouldn't be able to just like nudge it out of place with this gripper claw because it's actually held there by the receptacle. Like that. You can see that it doesn't actually. It's pretty rigidly there. Yeah. What we can do, however, is we can grip it with the gripper. So something like this. Yes. If I can remember my controls. Let's drive a bit forward. And then grip it. Like that. And now it's sort of detached from there. Yes. You can see here, receptacle 2 removed, blah blah blah, empty power cell. Okay. Now we can just drop this somewhere. Blip. and it shouldn't matter if it's sort of weirdly aligned like that. Oh, the camera goes through the wall here. Do I not have like collisions for this? Yeah, I do. Okay. Well, whatever. It shouldn't matter if it's sort of rotated incorrectly. The receptacle should just sort of suck it into the socket. Let's see. Need to lift it a little bit on the way. I need to hit it though. There we go. Right. So now receptacle inserted, and then the path of the object. Okay. So that's good. What is not good is the problem that we occasionally get that assert failure. Oh, print. Oh, come on. No, I don't want to print. It only seems to happen if we don't have the debugger attached. Or maybe not. That's strange. Okay. It might be a subtle timing issue, or it might be that we just had like bad data somehow. Yeah. I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep going with the mission. So, you're supposed to get a little bit of dialogue when you arrive here as well. Right, so Ron says, nice you're in, let's see if we can get the power back on. There should be a power station nearby. What does the power station look like? Following the power line should lead you to it. And then, of course, there's a bunch of power lines. They're yellow here in the editor, but leading you to this place. And so we need to put in some kind of trigger volume here as well. That one is filtered. Let's clear the filtering. Power station. And we need a Nemo script for this. Where did you go? Oh, we don't need a Nemo script actually, we need a trigger, of course. Let's see, trigger area. Trigger should be fine. I think we can represent this with just a single volume quite alright. Like 70 maybe. It's unnecessarily high. And you want to be kind of careful with this, because like if the player comes here and just drives past this and just doesn't recognize that, then you're like, well, okay, do you actually want the trigger to fire if they drive along this side of the road? I'm not sure. But I guess we probably want that in this case. So let's make it like 90, 40, 90. Make sure it's big enough. So this should trigger when the player is driving around this place. They can, of course, they can come like from this way. They can just like jump over this. That would not currently actually trigger the thing. make it even a little bit larger. Oh, not that large. Something like that, maybe. So now if they are sort of here at all, they will hit it. You don't want them to hit it though if they're playing around here and they're sort of hitting that somehow. So let's make it move it a bit that way still, something like that. And let's call this player at power station trigger. Something like that, maybe. Has written, yeah. I don't know if I have like a naming convention. Has written monorail trigger is just this. It should probably be player has written monorail trigger. Monorail station B trigger. Player at. These names don't really matter, but maybe it's nice to have. I've been calling these other ones player at something something. Yeah. We have the gripper. The player is supposed to find the gripper in this. Obviously, there should be no need to debug spawn any vehicles in here. Okay. Something like that. Player at power station trigger. And of course, if we want the mission to actually react to that, we need to put in a Boolean variable for that as well. And the script should be pretty much the same as here. We can actually get rid of these other handlers. Have just the object entered one. So player has been at the power station, and we want that name there. Yeah, annoyingly there's no auto completion here for those. I should probably add that at some point. But there's no such thing currently. There is inside here though. So players enter the elevator station, find the power station. This is now where we will continue the thing. I think we can just bring this down because this is sort of like a it's sort of like a side thing almost. Yeah, we have some other side things here in the previous phase. We just spawn off a bunch of cursors here tracking various things. And then we can actually stop tracking those conditions later on, which we do when we move to the next phase. Yeah, might want to have something similar here, but we don't have more than this one side activity yet, so let's just keep it as it is for now. When we have found the power station, though, we want to trigger some more dialogue. And we can do that either with a wait for condition or a track condition. And they work kind of similarly, but have some differences. Track condition can keep tracking a thing when it goes from false to true or from true to false. And then you can stop tracking it later. Well, wait for condition just always waits until something becomes true. But I think wait for condition is probably all right here. So we actually disconnect that one. Track that one. And power player at power station. Right. And this thing this thing will go on even sort of before. It can happen before or after the player has been at the power station, because it is triggered here before this wait for condition. So that should be fine. Right, we want to clear the guidance text here. This looks a little weird, but this is just sort of like an empty text. You can put something here, and if you clear it, it gets this hint text here, which says guidance text. That comment is kind of silly because we have the same thing there right after. So then we have a bunch of dialogue that we need to put in here. Multiline. My new multiline node. Audio. One delay, one line. I have trouble getting the correct thing put in there currently. And again, this is sort of placeholder stuff. I know that writing is not the most inspired thing ever. That would be stellar. Should be like there's a full one inside the garage, something like that. Something like this. Delay, line. Copy paste some of these lines from my notes here. No, I don't like that. Let's put it like that, and then it can be like 5 seconds. It's a bit longer line. All right, that's actually, yeah, that's it for now. And that's kind of nice because now we can see these, like the colors represent like the speaker. Red is Stellar, green is Rowan, blue is Diego. And yeah, those are their lines. They want a guidance node. So the objective to sort of update here. Find the gripper to lift the power cells. And then I think we'll want to have a delay. Probably like a, I don't know, 5, make it 6-second delay. And then a few more lines here. And a little bit of a hint to the player so they know what to look for. 2.5 maybe. Delay line. And the reason I put those delays in there is that without them it feels kind of jarring because that's not really how people talk. They don't immediately begin talking after one another. Something like that, right? So let's make sure this works before we do anything else. Should have everything set up now. That calls player set true player at power station. So that should work, I think. Yes, we get this. I wonder if that is actually, let's see. We can try to reattach the process. Yeah, it has 2 of them because the editor is also running one process. See, is this like on the client? Call stack. Yeah, it's on the client. Okay. So what has happened here is see, there we go. What has happened here is that we have this empty power cell, this guy. This guy gets created when this mission elevator layer is loaded. All of these objects get created. And this receptacle thingy here if we go to the ZIG code, receptacle component on received object name hash changed. This is like a handler for a propagated value. Propagated value is just a value that's sent across the network. So received object name hash, that thing is being set when something enters, an object entered right here. So it's created on the server. The server is running this code. It sets that to the name hash of the object, and then it's sending that across the network. And all of that is fine. The problem is that the object has not yet been created on the client. That's not good. And so then when the client actually runs this code, it figures, okay, we got a name hash, an object was inserted, but then it can't actually find that object, right? Does it actually need that object for something? Yes, it needs it because it needs to set the world transform on it. Right. Yeah, that's actually unnecessary to do that way. We could just use that name hash there. My Spotify died on me. Well, that's fine. The server will teleport the object to the transform of the receptacle to avoid applying large forces. So this is actually, yeah. This is actually only needed on the... This actually only run on the server, but we do run this create received object joint on the client as well. What does that actually do? Yeah, we got the physics actor. Well, okay, well, what we can do to just fix this easily is to let's see here, lift station, power station, receptacle. We can move this guy just over here, so that it's already created, right? Actually, yeah, it might actually not be this. Might not actually help with that. Yeah, that's kind of an annoying problem. So this creates a fixed joint. That's what we need the object for. It's a fixed joint, which kind of keeps it in place here, right in the middle of the thing. And so it is very important that it actually does that. Yes. It would kind of we would have to change it so that we don't actually sort of conceptually insert this guy until it has been created on the server. That is sort of what we want to do here. But not sure how involved that would be right now to do. So I wonder if we can just work around the problem somehow. The issue is that regardless of when we create this thing, if it is immediately inserted into one of these receptacles, then we have the same problem where like the server is the thing that like decides, okay, this power cell is now inserted into one of these guys, and it might not have been created on the client yet, so that can take place. Here's actually a weird bug with this mesh. Let's see if we can fix that at least. What is up with the mesh there? server. Edit in Blender. So what is up with this mesh here? Why does it have this sort of weird ramp here? That's not what I want. That's not what I want at all. It should just be... Yeah, what have I done here? This is strange. How very strange. Hello, game dev. Nice of you to join. Let's get rid of those faces. I'm just gonna extrude like this. Upwards a little bit. And we can probably just do... Yeah, there's some strange stuff with this one as well. See, that's like that's one face, even though it's probably like, what is that, 3 triangles. Let's get rid of that face completely. How should we actually do that instead? Let's just get rid of that and extrude those upwards. And now we can start to put this back together. Oh, we have some crap here, don't we? Probably need to actually merge by distance. Yeah, we got rid of a vertex. Now we can do the thing. Blender is not having a good day today. Blender is having a Monday. It would seem. Hi there, following you for a while. Thanks for a great channel. Well, thank you. Thank you. I hope it has been informative or at least interesting. I'm annoyed by this wall here. And look at this. Everything is crooked. Why is everything crooked? I don't like this at all. Now I'm having a case of the Mondays. I am using my own game engine. In fact. Let's see. So that's one. That's one. That's one. And now we should be able to just fill that in. Except Blender again doesn't want to actually realize what I want to do here. So now let's just make sure that we don't have any weird back faces. Everything looks blue on the outside, everything looks red on the inside. That's nice. So we have this weird case here. And now we can just finish editing and whoop. Just like that, we have it fixed. I'm using Godot, but I like to go more low level. Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with using Godot. If you're productive with Godot, then do that. But if you like to go more low level, then you should do that. Both ways are fine. How do you make your own game engine? That is a very broad question. I will say that there are quite a few videos on the channel covering the topic though, so have a look and see if something in particular strikes your fancy. But let's just say that I've done it for quite a long time. Okay, let's work around this issue now to not like get hung up on this thing. I'm gonna add a new layer here that I call hack empty PowerShell, right? Hack empty PowerShell. Hack empty PowerShell will be dragged as the second layer, we will set it to auto load, and we will take this empty power cell guy here and just drag it to that empty layer. That will make sure that the empty power cell is always created before the mission starts. Hello, Lucas, or is it Wukash? I saw some discussion last stream about a pronunciation of your name, and I think it was Wukash actually. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not using OpenGL, no. I'm using this is now D3D11, as you can see here in the corner. I also have a web GPU backend which you can use, and I've used with Vulkan, but no OpenGL, none at all. Right, let's see what happens now. Let's open the gate, open the main gate. Oh, actually I closed the main gate. Let's not do that. Let's open the main gate. And kind of so far everything has been according to the script, but now I obviously I ran like a debug script there to let us into the base. If we go here, we should get some dialogue. There should be a power station. You can follow the power lines, blah blah blah. And now we can just like pretend that we don't see that they go up there. Now if we go here, we should still get that line about the monorail. This monorail leads to the refinery. And that works. But our objective is still to find the power station. That's good. That's it, the power station. There's one already in place. It looks empty. There's a full one inside the garage, and then Stellar goes like, we need something to lift it in place. See if you can find a gripper. And now we should get... The objective is to find a gripper, and yes. Yes, find a gripper to lift the power cells. So, what does a gripper look like? So, if we go explore a little bit, we will find the gripper inside the warehouse. Now, of course, the flow the flow has already ended. Flow end reached. So we have the gripper here, but we need to actually sort of conceptually discover it in the mission. Because we can find this gripper here, and we can switch to it, and we can use it to lift things. But the mission doesn't recognize that we actually found it. So we need to make it do that. And this thing is still horrible to drive. It like slides all over the place, like whoa. I need to do a physics pass on this. And then an art pass as well. But okay, nothing will happen because we need to take the mission a bit further. So, how do we do that? I think the logical thing to do would be to add a trigger here. So, let's see, blah 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 blah, warehouse. And a trigger. We make the trigger just large enough so that you can't miss it when you enter, but small enough that you actually have to enter to hit it. It's a bit large still, that's a bit small. That looks all right. Like so. Yeah, I don't think we have any excuse me, I don't think we have any vehicles that fit through these windows, so we don't really have to worry about that. But I mean, I guess we could always just have a trigger which covers this entire warehouse. I don't Jesus, I'm losing my voice here. I don't know if there's any reason not to do that, so let's do it. So 20 is too narrow, 25 is too narrow. I think we'll go with the 30. 30 looks all right. And then maybe 40 or something. This bottom view is probably the best one too. Yeah, I think that covers it. Covers it sort of well enough. And we can call this player inside warehouse trigger. And as you can see, a lot of making a mission like this is adding trigger and then adding a Boolean value here. We sort of, most of the time we're just keeping track of where is the player in the level, what have they done, where have they been. There will be some integer variables later on when we actually track how many of those power cells we have in the receptacles. So player inside warehouse, initial value is always false. Has the player been inside the warehouse? I mean, these are kind of unnecessary to even have those comments there. Kind of self-explanatory, but I guess they don't hurt. Player is inside warehouse. Thusly. And now we can advance the mission again, because now we have this player inside warehouse. And we need to, of course, like the... There should probably be some other stuff in here, right? There's a warehouse after all. There should be some other crap lying around. I wonder if this trigger should actually be n small and a little bit, so that you have to actually properly enter it. Because after all, we'll use it to actually to go like, oh, that is the gripper right there, and the gripper is not supposed to be very close to the entrance. I don't know. Maybe that's a bit too far. You can sort of imagine, like, if the player is like standing over here and the gripper is over there, and you haven't hit that trigger, then it might be a little stupid that no one in your crew goes like, oh, there it is. I don't know. Yeah, maybe that was a bad idea. That's probably fine. If you enter the place, then they will go, oh, There it is. So, this is where we will hook it up. And I had some placeholder dialogue ready for that as well. We can just copy these guys, put them over here. We wait for the condition until the player is inside the warehouse. Editor doesn't like me doing that. It's really nice with these new multi-line dialogue nodes. Like you can just package so much speech and dialogue into one of these guys. Makes this whole graph much smaller. I should have done those in like a very long time ago. All right. Now then, let's copy this guy. Put in a few lines. Line delay, line delay. That's probably one more line, I think. First one is pretty long line, so let's make it like 4 seconds, maybe even 5 seconds. 5 seconds is a bit long, 4 is fine. The duration is then going to be actually determined by the length of the audio clip that's going to play. But since I don't have any audio yet, I need to put in something there. Like so, and let's make that. That was supposed to be Diego, and let's make it 3. Like so, and then we'll have one more guidance node. Guidance. We'll drag that there. And that's a pretty long guidance line, actually. We're gonna have to see what that looks like. And now I think we can do one thing here. We can do int variable. So our first integer. And let's call it full power cells in receptables. Right, so it starts at 0. We have that one empty one, but it's not a full one, obviously. How many power cells are there in the power station receptables? And we need 3 of them to power up the thing. And when the first one is inserted, we actually want to open the gate. That's like the first thing that we will want to happen. But I think for now we'll just actually keep track of that variable, and we'll have the script increment and decrement it. Right? That makes sense. Let's build that. And whoa. We're inside warehouse, and we're reading that already. Like there, and we get that dialogue, and the mission progresses a little bit. Let's make that happen. See if it works. Actually, it takes a little while to get there, so let's do one more thing here. Let's go into these receptables on object inserted. So whenever an object is inserted, this is fired, and when it's removed, this is fired. Get object. Get game object name. So we would want to know if it is a game, what the type of game object is. Yeah. Trying to remember how my, at this point, pretty old scripting API works. But I think this is actually something that's not in Zig, it's in C++. Let's have a look. Game object ref is like an object type that we can use from scripts as well. Get name. Can we not get the type from this? Get name hash is valid, is empty, clear. Well, that's stupid. Because we really want the type of it. Because of course now these things they're accepting the power cells and the empty power cells. Yeah. And we only want to increment and decrement when we have the full ones. Okay. All right, let's think about that for a bit. In the meantime, we can try out the logic up until now. And I'm just like, I'm unabashedly cheating here now, especially during this live stream, because I don't want to spoil all the, like we can open the main gate here, for example. I don't want to spoil the location of all of these power cells for you guys, so that you, some of the interesting parts of this mission is actually finding out where to find these power cells. Right, so basically, here's something that I think will actually not kind of work yet. Right, if we go here, now. Yeah, now we're already setting this, so this will not actually break the script. I bet this will break the script. Now if we go up there and we find the power station, it will just go like that. Right there is a gripper, even though we're not down there. So we need to actually put in one more condition there. So that's it. That's a power station. And we can just drive away. Now some of them will tell you that you need to find a gripper. And now we're nowhere near the gripper. Find the gripper to lift the power cells. And now we will sort of automatically find it. What does a gripper look like? Vehicle with a big claw, and that right there is a gripper, yeah. Yeah, okay. A few things. I think I want the mission guidance to actually be updated already there. Something like this. Yeah. And The trick here is that this trigger, this guy, sends a message to the control script, which is this guy. Set true player inside warehouse. The control script handles that message. Set true gets the global variable name, which we set to it, and then it writes bool to true. Right. So actually what we want to do here is slightly different. We don't want to use set true. We want to do something like else if message equals player inside warehouse, right? Oh, like so. And yeah, this is just string comparison. It's pretty low tech, admittedly. Power station warehouse. So this thing. Player inside warehouse is the name, but we actually just want 1 second. That's the receiver, that's the message, that's the parameter. So we just want to send the message called player inside warehouse. And this can happen multiple times. This can happen both before we're looking for the gripper, as well as after we're looking. After we've started our search for the gripper. Right? And, and here we want to check if we are actually looking for the gripper. So we need to put another variable here. Let's call it is player looking for gripper. It is initially false. We can move it up so that that's kind of the place where we're we were expecting to set it to true. Is the player looking for a gripper? And now here in the script, that's annoying that it scrolls back there. I need to disable that probably. Find a gripper to lift the power cell. Or cells. Yeah, this is where we actually want to set it to true. So global variables, write a boolean gripper. Is player looking for gripper? We want to set this to true here. And then we can hook that in there. Like so, and that's just general, no, what is it? Is it math? It's not math, it's logical, it's a bool. And the value is true, we set it to true. Like that. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. And then we can probably set it back to false if we want to. Maybe we want to set it back to false when we actually find it. So let's see, wait for condition. We need to make this a little more complex. Not a lot, but a little more. Gripper. So if the player is looking for gripper and player is inside warehouse. That is what we're actually waiting for here. That is the condition that we're waiting for. And then we can set it back to false when we have waited for that condition. That's a bit annoying that you can't like set that boolean value in line. You have to use another node for it, but it is what it is. Right. can move this down. I kind of prefer to keep these sections flowing from left to right, and then during a section you have these sort of sub-steps going downwards. Let's see how that will scale over time. But for now, that's how it works. Right. The player is looking for gripper and inside warehouse. Then we proceed. Yeah, and the mission guidance just is set immediately. Or should it be set like... I think maybe the absolute best version of this is that we will actually take this line away. We can start with the delay, why not? But that's not typically what I do, so let's do it like this, and okay. And we'll keep this as just a single thing. Dialog text, dialog audio is nothing. And that could be like 2. So Stellar says that right there is a gripper. Then we set the guidance. And then we do a delay. And then we talk some more. That might be the best version of this whole thing. Let's try with that. We still have a little bit of work to do here. So player inside warehouse. We only want to... we only want to set that, right? If is looking for a gripper is true. Because otherwise this will be... yeah, we'll have the same problem as we had previously. Which means that we technically don't need to read this thing here. We only need to read it when we're actually entering that trigger volume. So we can make this like is player inside warehouse looking for gripper. It's a mouthful, right? Player inside warehouse looking for gripper. Yeah. Let's leave it as it is for now. I don't think we'll gain much by actually messing with that. Yeah, we can just keep that as it is. This is technically not necessary, but it doesn't hurt, and it makes it perhaps even more clear that okay, this needs to be true as well. Player inside warehouse. However, we can do string check global variable name. Is player looking for gripper? So if self read bool global variable set path check global variable name. Or maybe we can actually just copy that there. There's no reason to have it as a variable. If player is looking for gripper, and then we can write this other one. That would be true. And that's just the name of the thing. And And here we can just print, like print debug info, player found the gripper inside the warehouse. Right. And that is now the message that we're sending. Player is inside warehouse. And then we should see player found the gripper inside the warehouse, but only if we're actually looking for it. Yeah. Okay. What? 24. I'm missing a closing parentheses there. See if we can build that. We can. Yeah. That's nice. So some of this stuff is actually kind of surprisingly complicated, even though you're like, should be super simple to just check a thing. Just check a thing and see if the thing is something. So let's again open the main gate, and we'll do this in a slightly convoluted way, where we first we go to the warehouse, we make sure that we don't trigger the things we're not supposed to. And those guys are going to talk about the power station. Right, so now we should go. We should get something here like players inside warehouse. Actually, we get it here. Yeah, players inside warehouse. But that is it. That's the extent of the thing, which is what we want. Now if we go up here, there should be some more talk about things. See if you can find a gripper, and we should get the objective, find a gripper to lift the power cells. Looks pretty good. What does a gripper look like? Vehicle with a big claw in the front. And that is it. Nothing else happens. That's good. And now we can hang around here. Nothing should happen yet. Even if we go very close to this thing, because we haven't seen the gripper yet. Where is the gripper? Where is the gripper? Oh, there's no collisions on that tower there, is there? No. Forgot to set the thing. Now, that right there is a gripper. All right. Right, so now we have the thing where we need to track those power cells, see how many of them we have, and when we put the first one into a receptacle, we want to trigger some dialogue as well. So this cell is here to sort of make it easy for the player to familiarize themselves with the gripper. The other ones are going to be in more hard to access places. Oh, no. Might have to revisit my control schemes a little bit to make sure that this makes sense. Like so, and then lift it up, lift it up. Ah, those pillars are in the way for blocking the camera. So we put this in there and it should snap into place, and it does. And now we would want to increase that thing. Right. That seems like such a simple thing to do, but unfortunately we can't check that type yet, so we're gonna have to come up with something for that. How do we do that? Is there nothing about types in here? Broadcast message. No. No, there's nothing about types in there. I mean, this guy checks the types to make sure that we only insert things that we actually support. Object accepted type. Yeah, we can get the type like just object.getType. And the same thing should be true in C++ as well. Okay. Well, since we can get the name, and we get the name just from the object, do we? No, we don't actually do that. Yeah, this is probably like a string, just a string that's stored. Okay. How annoying. What we do have here though is like get game object name. And I wonder where is that actually exposed to the script. It's probably exposed right here. So what we could do is we could add another one called get game object type. And that would then be the thing that we want to use. I think this is a yeah, this is a receptacle, so that's actually a Zig object. Do we have any get game object name thingies here? We don't actually. It's probably deriving this. The Zig components sort of sit on top of a C++ base. So I think it's probably enough that we implement them in C++. The Zig objects should get them as well. Scripted component. Yeah, this is the one that we actually currently do. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's do that. Let's limit this a little bit by adding a opening brace there. Get game object name, get game object types. So both types and names can be represented by strings in the basis engine, which is not the most efficient way of doing that, perhaps, but it's a very flexible way of doing it. Here we're messing around with uint pointers because we have Zig and C++ interoperating. I need to save this and shut it down so we can actually compile it in a second. Yes. Just copy that. Just rename that to type and type and type. And you can see that this is very manual, boring labor. It's not something I do very often, actually. Extend the scripting API at this level. So type, and we quite simply want to do get type, which should return a string for us. Yes. And here we need to return it by value because we're returning it to AngelScript. And I can say not found if the thing is not actually there. Then we need to expose it to Zig. Type and type. And we have type here as well. And I think that's it. I think that should be enough. Alright, at least we succeeded in building the engine. Let's go back here. And what I actually want to do now is power station, do like the that's the first receptacle. So what we can do is add like type self get game object type obj. Right, something like that. So we insert and we print the type. We just quickly test that it's actually working. Oh, what expression value? Right, that was something that I added previously. It's not actually making sense. I don't think we even need to activate the mission for this. Those receptacles are always there and they always have that script applied to them. So we can just spawn a gripper here and get rid of the volume for a bit. Spawn the gripper, open the claw a little bit. Right, so now we got removed hack empty power cell empty 1. Like so. And if we back away and then we put it back in. Oh, that's receptacle 2, of course. We only added that to the first receptacle. Okay. Yeah. I'm having a case of the Mondays as well. Driver, back away, and insert that into the first receptacle instead. Lift it up a little bit and plonk it in there. And now we can see receptacle 1 inserted hack, empty power cell empty. Type is gameplay object / power cell empty. That's good. And if we put in a full power cell, we should get that as well. See, can I actually just destroy that object? Yes, and it's removed, not found. Well, it's been removed, so that's why I can't find it. That's, I guess, fine. Gripper arm. Let's try to align it so that we can just drive forward and plonk it in. And there we go. Type gameplay object power cell. Good. So now we should be able to track those objects quite nicely. And so what we want to do is we want to send a message to the mission control script, which is what we've been doing from those triggers previously. Where is it? Mission elevator control script. This guy. If this guy is not here, it means that we're playing this level without the mission loaded, in which case the messages won't do anything, so that's completely fine. And let's come up with some message names here for this thing. So let's see. Power cell inserted and power cell removed. Right. Read int. This will be GVS, global variable set, path. And of course the global variable set is basically like this list of things. The name we want to have is full power cells in receptacles. Like so. So we just do int count. And read, actually, write int GVS path and count +1. And this would be -1. Yeah. And now we're doing it for everything that gets inserted. Whenever someone sends this message, if that gets inserted or removed. We just opt that. So we can have these receptacles check the type and only send this if it's a full PowerShell, or we can check it here. Might be nicest to check it here actually. Let's do full PC type name. PowerShell. Just copy the full name, put it there. And then we need to get like the... Let's put this into another function actually. So let's call this like add remove. Add remove PowerShells. Just do bool add. Bool add. And basically do this. New count is, if we are adding, count +1, otherwise count -1. And then we can do self print debug info new PowerShell count new count. And then we set it there. So that gives us a nice debug print there as well to make sure that this is actually working. And let's actually do like, let's call this something slightly different. Let's do object inserted, or like receptacle. What should we call this? Power station object inserted and power station object removed. And then we have the type name is in the parameter. Type name is in the parameter, and if type name equals this full PowerShell type name, then we add remove PowerShell, and this is true. We're adding. Same thing here, but we are removing instead. And then finally, I'm gonna copy this off to the side, put it somewhere in a notepad window. We'll do this receptacle thingy. So let's see, self send message. So we have the receiver, we have the message, and then we have a param. So the receiver is level objects, mission elevator control script. The message will be that string thingy, and the type name is actually that. Like so. We can maybe keep that print there commented out for now. And that is the message that we are going to send. Well, not quite that. But that. Something like that. I think that should work now. So now we're just sending these things to the control script. The control script checks the type. So if you actually want to change this logic, we can just do it here in one place. And then we call this function. That should be good. That should be good. Okay guys, I'm going to take a quick pause and I will be back in probably around 30 minutes or so. I'm going to keep this stream going for a bit because I'm getting actual stuff done here and hopefully some of you find it interesting as well. So, if you find this interesting, hang around. I will let you know when I'm back by using my beautiful voice. See you in a bit. Oh well, hello, hello. We are back. Some more stuff. Let's continue where we left off. So basically I should be able to see the count go up and down now if I quite simply run the mission. I can jump here because this is not really dependent on any state of the mission. Right, that's called. Oh, we only call it on one. Yeah, that's a good catch. Right there. Remove those. You can, if you want to, you can actually include scripts. So we can create like a common script and then include it here. But it's maybe a little overkill for this sort of thing. Let's keep it as it is. Right. Okay. Let's see if this works. So we should get this new power cell count output. Should work if we just jump there. I'm not gonna actually read that or write to that in the mission yet until we know that that part is working. I'm gonna start the mission there. That's fine. Right, it says cannot send script message to mission elevator control script. That's because we have this guy, this empty power cell here, which sends that message, but there's no receiver for it. So we're gonna get that now. But that's fine. That's fine. Not a problem. So Gripper. What do we have? Open that a little bit. And there should not be any output when I remove this. Because it's not of the correct type. And indeed, there isn't. I wonder, can we actually... can we not spawn an object here? Power cell. Boom. New PC count 1. That's cool. New PC count 2. Interesting. So basically, now if I remove one of them, it should go down to 1 again. That's probably something we need to handle in the mission script as well. If you add like 2 of those, and then you start, yeah, now it goes back to 1, as you can see there in the corner. Good. So if the player starts adding these power cells and then they start removing them again, then one of the characters would probably go like, what are you doing? Why are you taking them out? Maybe not that condescendingly, because it is still sort of supposed to be a game where you can try different things and experiment, but let's try this to cover all our bases. Let's just make sure that we can, if we insert it this way rather than spawning, that it actually goes up. And we can put it in the first one. Yep, there we go. New power cell count 2. Okay, that's cool. So Right, you're here essentially now. So the overall mission objective for the player now is to find and insert 3 of those power cells. When they insert the first one, there should be some amount of celebration by the other characters, and the gates should open. So you can just drive in and out of the elevator station. So that's nice. Yeah. That's it basically. And then if we, maybe there should be some kind of, there should probably be a little bit of dialogue whenever the player inserts any of those 3. The first one is like, yes, that's the first one, and it's most likely going to be this one. Not necessarily, but this one is sitting right here next to the thing, so it's probably going to be this one. And then the character should be like, yes, that's one, we need 2 more though, now go and find them. Then when the second one is inserted, it should probably be like, yay, that's 2, only 1 to go. And then when the third one is inserted, then this elevator is supposed to be activated. And you're supposed to be able to drive in here. The mother vehicle can enter this elevator and everything, and that's kind of the end of the mission, so to speak. Except there's a whole section here which is kind of not covered by any of the things we've done today. Right. I guess we should just get on with it, so to speak. So, start from here. At this point, the count will be 0. I don't think there's any case where the count can be anything other than 0. Full power cells in receptacles. This one is a little annoying here. Let's do something about that. Let's add a jump target, and we call this something like 2A. So this is 2A, 2B. 2A is the player entering the elevator station first. So let's call this like 2A background checks, something like that. And we can have more of them later if we want to, but currently we just have one. We have the thing that tracks the monorail. And I think it actually arrived from there. Let's undo a bit to see that. Where did we actually get it from? Oh, it's from there. Right. Here we'll want a jump. The jumps are just strings. So we need to make sure we get this spelled out the right way. I think if we just add something there, we won't be able to build. No, it does check those jumps. So that's nice. So yeah, we just jump there and start doing those things in the background. That way we don't need to have that connection there running across the whole section of the mission, which is kind of annoying. So what do we do now? Then now we probably wait for a condition, in And we need a little bit of math. We need a little bit of integer math. So int compare. If value is greater than 0, that is what we will wait for. It's not immediately clear to me how this thing is gonna go, so we might have to try out a few different things. But basically we want to wait for the player to insert the first power cell. So the mission guidance is use the gripper to put a power cell into a receptacle at the power station. At this point we should get some dialogue. And I'm just completely winging this now, so let's do like... great, that's one power cell in place. Actually, I might have had some... Let's see... Yeah, this is probably Rowan. Audio, none for now. 3, delay, another line. Right, so the line is supposed to be the gate is opening. That's by Diego. Audio is nothing. I don't know, 1.5. Delay. Yeah, I have some dialogue here that I can maybe use. I don't have to wing this completely. Still need 2 more power cells to power the elevator though. That's a pretty long line. Let's make it like 4 seconds. Delay line. For what? 4 seconds as well. Around. Something like that. And yeah. Yeah, I wonder if we actually need to check for like removals of power cells. Should be pretty obvious to the player that like if they remove things then we'll see. Maybe the gates don't even close if you remove them. I was thinking that the gates would close again if you like took that out, but maybe that's actually not necessary. Like it's not like the gates are like on like a spring that needs to be held open. Yeah, let's go with that for now at least. And in fact, I think we will want to actually split this into 2. So let's have the first one be the thing about power levels rising and the gate opening. And how do we actually trigger the gates opening now? Let's see. Something called the main gate, and we have a control script. Yeah, so we have 2 functions here: open main gate, close main gate. These dev annotations here mean that we can actually run it from here from this menu then in the game. But yeah, essentially we need to call this. So basically we need to send a message to the main gate. Quite simply. So if message is open main gate, let me just call open main gate here. Would be pretty cool if you could actually just send a message to an object, and if it had like a method like this, then it would call that. Maybe if it was like annotated with like msg call or something like that. That would be pretty cool. Don't have that yet currently, but it's not that bad. Okay, so that's cool. However, the script currently doesn't have a way to actually send a message, or this Nemo flow graph doesn't currently have a way to send a message, a script message. That would also be pretty handy to have like a node to do that. In the meantime, we can probably do it with a Boolean value and a polling mechanism. So let's see. How do we do this? Or rather, what do we call this? Let's call it waiting for main gate to open. Right here, hack until we have a node to send a script message. That would be a really handy node to have. So it's initialized to false, and we can set it to true here for wait for main gate to open. Actually, we probably want to... Diego can't say that the gate is opening until he conceptually sees that the gate is opening, so it will need to happen before that. Something like this. I think this is the order. Then we take a Boolean, we toggle it and set it there. And now I have those two sort of back to back, but let's put in a somewhat large delay here, maybe like 8 seconds. Give the player a time to breathe and realize that, oh, okay, the gate is actually opening. That's interesting. If they turn around, they should see that. So that should be good. And then we will want to have a guidance node at this point. Actually, we should probably clear the guidance. The guidance is used to put a power cell into a receptacle. Yeah, so we need to actually clear this thing. Let's move that down after all. And clear the guidance here. And the background checks can be moved a bit further down. Yeah, this thing is starting to become quite large or tall, like large vertically. Like so, and now we need a new guidance text, something like find 2 more power cells to power up the main elevator, something like that. Yeah, I think that's good. Now the thing that we need to do is to make this somehow open the main gate. And yeah, I really think I need to have that node created, which can send script messages. But in the meantime, We have lift station main gate control script and open main gate. So we go to control script here. Do we have a tick function here? We don't have it, but we can probably add it if we need to. On tick. So basically what we want is this. Something like that. So if we are waiting for the main gate to open, well, we immediately set it back to false. But also we send a message. The receiver is level. Objects. Main. Where's the elevator? What was that? What was the thing? It's lift station. Yeah, I call it lift station and elevator station. So I think interchangeably. I should probably settle on a name. Control script. And that is the message that we want to send. There we go. Boom. And we can print out some debug info here. Opening main gate. And yeah, this is of course not very nice, because now we need to have this onTick function run every tick just to check this one thing, which is not super elegant. It's not the end of the world. Performance-wise, it's not all that bad. I mean, it's not good by any means, but it's not that bad. But it's just like it's a bit of a hack. Would be much nicer to have a flow graph node that can send this open main gate here from this flow right here. But okay. Let's see what happens. And now we can't, of course, we can't actually open the gate the way I've been doing it previously, because then we can't test that script of ours, but we can just put a new scout here and move to that, and yay. Oh. That's annoying. Yeah, it's because like the script is done so that it checks that something has entered the volume, and then it checks if it's the player, but it probably doesn't check it the other way around. So if I make this the active object instead, or the avatar, and now I jump into the base, now it probably works. Now it's like, nice, you're in, yay. Alright, find the power station. That's the power station. course I can just... I don't have to listen to the dialogue at all, I can just know immediately where I need to go. What does a gripper look like? That's actually one thing that's kind of interesting, is that if you drive here quickly enough, let's see, no, it's actually this one. If you drive there quickly enough, what does a gripper look like? Yeah, that's probably okay. We might want to move this thing to here before that one, just as a cautionary measure. Let's move those up to the side, move these here, connect that there. So that if you immediately, when you come to the power station, if you immediately drive to the warehouse and you arrive there before this multi-line dialogue node finishes, it sort of passes this check here. I think that's probably the safer version of it. Yeah, let's go with that. I don't need to restart this now, but it's good to have it actually be. It's good to have that be the order in which it does things, because otherwise you actually have to like exit the warehouse and then re-enter it again, because you're sort of not yet looking for the gripper in quotation marks. Alright, use the gripper to put a parcel into a receptacle at the power station. We will do that. Let's do that, shall we? The camera is a little annoying here inside this garage. Oh well. Great, that's one power cell in place. That's a little immediate. The gate is opening, is it though? It is, yay! Power is back on. So now there's a little bit of pause, and then we still need 2 more power cells to power the elevator though. Maybe there are more power cells around, worth a look. And then you get the objective. Find 2 more power cells to power off the main elevator. That's not a very elegant sentence, but oh well. I'll do a pass on those later. Okay, so that's nice. And here's our original car waiting to get in. Cool. Yeah, I do wonder if we should, now that we have reached this point, the level opens up to us again a bit more. I mean, yeah, you can already leave using the monorail, for example. So it's essentially it's pretty open already, but now the gates are opening and you're sort of encouraged to go back out and find more of those power cells. So there are all kinds of sort of scripted things that can happen out in the world. I wonder if we should have that check for those 3 power cells to be sort of a background or its own thing that runs sort of in the background of the other flow. That might make sense. Because at this point, when you have at least one power cell there in the receptacle, that is sort of your objective for the rest of the remainder of this mission. Even if you take one out and you have 0 again, that is kind of your objective. The objective won't really change. But there are still all kinds of scripted things that can happen, and the graph needs to kind of support that stuff. All right. So how would we do that then? It's essentially sort of this portion is something that we will kind of jump to and then keep tracking. Or shall we say, actually, yeah. Let's change this text a little bit. Find, how should we express this? Find a power cell for all 3 receptacles. It's not a very good one, but it sort of tells you that, okay, you put one in if you have that one there, you need 2 more. If you take it out, you need 3 more, etc. And this is kind of the beginning of that, almost like background check thingy that I spoke of. So we can actually add a new phase here, and this is just text. It doesn't matter for the mission at all. Phase 3. The player has. The player is looking for power cells. Details text. Objective. Find and insert 3 power cells at the power station. Right? And so we can take this guy and we can move them up here. That is kind of like the entry point. Actually, it's not the entry point, because the entry point will be a jump target. So let's put a jump target here. Phase 3. What did I do? Maybe phase 4. Phase 3. Like so. And here we can just jump to phase 3. Like so. And that means that we can also jump to phase 3 from other places if we have multiple ways of like arriving at this place. Not sure if we actually will have that though, but yeah. Do a background checks. If play goes to Morrow Station without having used it, yeah, it is possible that they've never actually if they've never actually been there. So this can still be kept sort of checked. You can keep checking this. That comment is not actually correct though. It's like without having ridden the monorail. That is technically what we are doing here. Right, so this phase 2A got kind of complex. Let's hope it doesn't get more complicated than this. All right. So I think we can probably implement this one a bit more. Hey Tutu, nice to have you back. Yeah, it got a bit ninja streamy again. Wasn't really planning on streaming today, but then I started doing it. So yeah, we had a bit of a break some time ago, so it hasn't quite been, what is it, 3 hours or whatever it says. But yes, so basically we need to check if... Actually, I don't think we need to make it very complicated. We can basically take this guy, or these 3 guys, and copy them over here. And we quite simply wait until it is 3. But I think we will, when we enter here, we will actually want to set a flag. Because if you're entering the refinery, we have this phase 2B, which I'll need to fully implement. Right, in the beginning of the mission, you can either choose to go directly to the elevator station, if you can manage to get in, or you can choose to go here to the refinery. Again, if you can manage to get in. And it sort of splits up the mission a little bit. You have 2 sort of main paths to go about this mission. And those are like 2A and 2B. So we have 2A now pretty much implemented. There's probably some stuff missing. 2B is if the player has chosen to enter the refinery first. And as they are doing that, there's a whole bunch of objectives that, you know, get set and all of that. But again, like I mentioned previously, if we have entered this one, and we have this find a power cell for all 3 receptacles, then we don't really want to change the objective anymore. Which means that we will probably want to set a boolean here to true, and if that is true, then some other places will need to check that variable and like not really update the objective, if that is true, because this sort of trumps all other objectives. Yeah, I think that's probably what we mean. So has entered phase 3. How should I express this? The final objective has been given. That's not really the final. Something like that. The final objective will probably be to when you have actually collected those things. Final objective will be to gather your vehicles here at the elevator. So has entered phase 3, it's initialized to false as most booleans, and we just need to set it here. Right bool. Yeah, something like that. And then, of course, when this happens, we want to play some dialogue. I remembered, though, that we want to have a delay here before this one. Wait for condition. Right, so guidance text can go away immediately, but we want to delay. There can be a little delay before the gate opens, that's fine. Do like hack to make the control script open the gate. To do replace with message sending graph node or something like that. Yeah, 1 second is probably enough. I think so. And here we also want a delay, a delay, a delay, a delay. The problem, of course, here is that if the player puts in 3 power cells into this, and then everything is fine and dandy, and the elevator is running and all of that, and then the player goes and takes one out, what should happen? Yeah, the nice thing here is that because this flow graph is so flexible, here we can kick off another background task. And that background task will run a check if this thing is no longer equal to 3. And if it is no longer equal to 3, then we kick back the whole mission flow to this point. We jump to phase 3 again, essentially. Yeah. I think that's probably what we need to do. So we can sort of bounce back and forth between having 3 power cells there and not having 3 power cells there. That sounds like a pretty good idea. And I think actually let's put in a like an end condition variable here. I'm not going to write to it, at least not in a proper way currently, but we need something to check here. So let's call it like all all vehicles at elevator, something like this. Are all vehicles gathered at the powered up elevator, right? Not necessarily all of them. We don't need the gripper to be there, but we need like the scout and the mother vehicle at least. The ones that you sort of arrived with. And so I think that we need basically 2 background checks here, I think. And we want to track a condition. Actually, yeah. Could we just do this with a track condition node? I think we probably could, right? This is it's interesting that sometimes you make these nodes for a specific case and then you forgot that you put them there. But this is actually kind of exactly what this node is supposed to handle. So this node, when you enter it here from the start, it keeps sort of running this node forever, essentially, unless you stop it with this stop pin. And this fires like true and false when this condition changes. So the initial state is that it's false. We do not have full power cell inceptors equal to 3. Yeah, this should handle it beautifully, actually. Why did I not think of this? So so basically if this is false, then we need to just jump back there, find a power cell for all 3 things, and if it's true, then we can do something like let's put a delay here. Let's put a delay here. 1 second is probably fine. And then what do we do? Like gather your vehicles at the elevator. Super placeholdery dialogue, but still like that, just so that we can verify that this actually works. So we get gather vehicles at the elevator. If we then take out one of the power cells, we should jump back to here. Yeah. Right, so this ends with a bit of dialogue. Still need 2 more power cells, blah blah blah. So now we don't actually comment anything on this. And if you want to sort of tell the player that, oh no, we no longer have 3 of those, you can of course put a dialogue node in on that connection. Yeah. Do we want to do that? Maybe we want to do that. What should we put here? The audio out. Do the speaker can be like Rowan and go like rook. Rook is supposed to be the name of the player character. We need all 3 power cells to use the elevator. Line duration, yeah. 4. Yeah, maybe we'll have more lines, but I'll keep it at 1 for now. Yeah, that should be okay. It would be nice to have them say something when inserting or removing those then. What would be the easiest way to do that, I wonder? Actually, it's not super tricky. It can be kind of a hack, but it also can be kind of easy to do by doing it with sort of like a polling system. But rather than polling here in the control script that we did here, we can also poll in the flow graph, and we can have this add remove power cell function actually set. Yeah, I think that's probably pretty good actually. It's not super elegant, but maybe it doesn't need to be. So what we'll do is we'll put in bool. So power cell inserted. Let's see. Set to true by the script whenever a power cell is inserted. And then we do the same thing for removed. Power cell removed. False. What? Like that. And then at some point, at some suitable point, we will actually start tracking those. So let's see. Here's the place where we actually here is the place where we actually insert the first one. And we jump to phase 3, which is where we start tracking those, but we can also do, actually, yeah, we can do it here. So, okay. Let's do a similar thing we had here. 2A background checks. We just do a phase 3 background checks. And here we will read a bool inserted like so. So track condition initial state is false. That's fine. Start tracking that. And we do removed as well. Like so. This jump target will actually perform a jump immediately as a sort of a secondary thing. Jump. Like so. So it will do its thing, but it will also do the background checks. And whenever this is set to true, we want to actually set it to false. Set it back to false. Bool, which is not set to anything, and we can hook it into both of them. So it's sort of like a toggle. The script toggles it on for a millisecond or more. Actually, not even a millisecond, but like a few cycles. This thing reads it. Actually, it might be a millisecond. Who am I kidding? This thing reads it and then sets it back to false, but it can then do something. And what that something is can be randomized. So what do we want to do? I don't know. Let's do like mission dialogue. I think Rowan should probably... Rowan is sort of like the main sidekick of the game. Yes. Another power cell in place. And there should probably be a delay there as well. And what should the other one be? Something like nice work. Yeah, I wonder if we need this at all now that we have this power cell removed thingy here going. Not necessarily. Let's copy this and put it there. Something like that. Maybe the other one can be like, I hope you're gonna put that power cell back later, something like that. Right. And this thing will actually then sort of go on until the very end of the mission. Because the mission will end when all of your vehicles are inside the elevator. Right here, maybe we'll have like a boom or something that goes down and then the elevator starts rising. At that point you can no longer remove any of those. But until that happens, we need those checks to be there to have the the mission react to that so that it doesn't actually work. The elevator doesn't work. It's interesting. It's kind of uncharted territory. I haven't really done this many background tasks previously. I hope my script evaluation engine handles all of this nicely. I guess we'll find out in a bit. Now, of course, for this to work, we still need to actually set these. So let's copy that one. And we have it here. I think we might actually just want to do with how should we do this? Maybe we'll do like var name and like that. That's var name and that's true. So we set one of them to true. Yeah. This now needs to jump back there. And actually, yeah, still a little bit of cleanup to do here. I think we actually want to do it like this. So we set that once. And then we go here if we actually a condition like that. Yeah, I think that should work. Using fallback duration, that's probably all right. And we can, of course, we can now play with this, and we can spawn some power cells there for us. We can test this out. Okay, I'm gonna enter this way now. This could almost be considered like a secret entrance to the base, which you now get to see because you're part of this live stream. Isn't that nice? Except that's not good. Is that actually a bug? Drive to the elevator station. Well, we are inside of it already. It's the problem that we haven't been at the gate. Guess that might be the case. Yeah, because the player doesn't necessarily drive to the gate at all. They can just drive all the way past it if they want to. So what's the problem? What is the problem? Player currently inside station. Wait for condition. Player station or refinery. Right. Okay. There's probably a trigger here. Let's see. Player at station main gate. Player at ramp debris. Player at station secondary gate. We need something here as well. I don't know what we call this, but like mountain path. Player at the mountain path. Player at secondary gate. And this one is probably sent to control script. Is it not? Oh no, it's set to true. Yeah, okay. that's fine. So this thing here, this tracks where the player is in the beginning. They can be at the main gate, at the secondary gate, or at the ramp debris, and we get different piece of dialogue, and then it's set player at station or refinery, and that is the thing that we are then checking here to see if we can go forward. So we quite simply need one more, which we can call player at mountain path. And we'll move it up to there. Right. When we hook it up to there, I want the no, actually that should be to the stop. That should be to the stop, and this should be to start. Bring those down. Not exactly sure what to say here. Let's go like, hey, that looks like a way into the elevator station. Like so. And then we just hook it up to there. Right, and this should be mountain path. We need the name of that variable so that we can set it in the level. So yeah, that looks good. Copy that one. Mountain path trigger, and we move it over there. Make it significantly smaller, 50, maybe even smaller than that, 40. Still too large, 30. I'm confused. Shouldn't there be like a trigger? Oh, sorry, like an icon. It's a common trigger. There doesn't seem to be a... Oh, there is a trigger icon, yeah. Not sure why that doesn't render. We do have the icons. Trigger volumes. All. There should be a whole bunch of trigger volumes here, as you can see. No icons, confusingly. There's an icon. Why is this visible then? That's also a common trigger. Strange. Oh well. I'll figure it out later. Right, so this should now set player at mountain path to true. Basically, what this gives us is the ability to just drive right here. Obviously, you should not be able to jump up there without help from your other vehicles. But we can just spawn here and go here, and that should allow us to progress the mission. Yeah. Classical mission progress blocker thingy. What is this? It's in the scale thingy. We can just take that away and powers up as well. Yeah, Rowan should say, hey, that looks like a way into the elevator station if you do that. Let's see if that works. And we pretend that we're driving here. We pretend that we get lifted up onto this edge here. And here is our car. Player at mountain path, but yeah, it still doesn't actually progress. Why? Player at mountain path, that looks correct. I'm gonna restart this editor now. I'm confused why those icons don't show up. Let's see if we can fix it. Yeah, they're not doing it. Away. Yeah, I think I saw the output from this trigger, so that should be fine. And then we go here. Tracking condition, player at mountain path. Can put some prints here. One before and one after. Tracking mountain path, mountain path. That's fine. Let's see. Let's see, is there some... Oh, player at junction, that is the problem. Right, I need to go to the junction first. Now I am at the junction, you can see the output right there. I wonder if the junction trigger is sort of waterproof. Can you drive around it? Shouldn't be able to do it, but I probably need to check that. And I guess we can check it right away. Junction trigger area. Yeah. It should be fine. Should be able to actually get past that. Yeah, because the mission will actually start like a little further back. That's why it's a little clunky at the beginning currently, but that should be fine. Okay, and now Hey, that looks like a way into the elevator station. Alright. Nice, I am in, etc., etc. Alright. Yeah, it's a little silly because you can be quick enough to actually find the gripper while they're still talking about it, and they're like, "Whoa, what does it look like?" I'm standing right next to it. The mission doesn't break though. The flow is just a little weird. I guess we can live with that at least for now. Right. Okay, so I think we should get some barks now. Some randomly selected barks. If we now actually mess around with this. That's strange. Not only did we not get any barks, but that actually didn't react to the power cell at all. Let's see. Is it just did I miss the I missed the thing. Great, that's one power cell in place. Gate is opening. That's good. I actually don't get any barks yet. I only get barks on the second. That is completely how I scripted it. I just remembered. Still need 2 more power cells, and I should get the objective, and I do. Yes, another power cell in place. Okay, that's stupid. Yeah, I need to fix that. That is completely it's completely logical as well. Yeah, we just need to reset those variables there. Let's spawn in another power cell here, so then I can actually do this puzzle like that. Put the power cell in the thing. Yes, another power cell in place. Yeah, it's a little repetitive. Those barks maybe. Find a power cell for all 3 receptacles. Let's see if I remove one of these guys now, and I should get a confused response from Rowan. I need to go a little further, probably. I hope you're gonna put that cell back later. Yes, yes, I am. Yes, another power cell in place. Apparently, always trigger that one. So we can just do power cell. Yes, another power cell in place. Gather your vehicle to the elevator. Right. So now we have 3 of them there. And now if I remove one of these guys, it does not work. Nice work. Find the power cell. It sort of looked like it was working, but it was coming in with a bit of a delay. Yeah. Right, so what we can do here, first of all, to fix that silly bug that we had, is to actually just make sure these are false when we actually start tracking them. Alright, because this will actually be true when we enter here. Just because we actually need to insert one power cell to actually get here at all. If that makes sense. Alright. But then, what is actually happening here? So, we're checking if this is 3. Let's put in some prints here. Now all 3 in place. All 3 no longer in place. Like that. Right. Right, play the junction. Yeah, the game is kind of annoyingly jittery today. I wonder if it's something with the recording that is like preventing it from getting a good enough frame rate. Doesn't normally run this poorly. What? Actually, again, missed that trigger. That's stupid. Why did I miss it? All right. Let's see. out. Oh, no. All right. All right, find the power station. Right, so this is what I mentioned. You really don't have any problems just driving inside here if you want to. See if you can find a gripper. I'm like I'm standing right next to it. Just switch to it here. What does a gripper look like? Well, alright, and now that we have this gripper, we can actually just jump here. Oh, I have the game running and 1 extra time. That's certainly gonna actually 2 extra times. That is certainly going to make it run poorly. That would explain. Okay, so let's remove that. Let's see. Put a power cell there. Great, that's 1 power cell in place. The gate is opening. You can see that it is actually doing that. Still need 2 more power cells to power the elevator. Maybe there are more power cells around. We can put another one in there. Yes, another power cell in place. Nice work. Gather your vehicles at the elevator, right? Now all 3 in place is what we get there. Now if we remove one of them... Yeah, we don't actually get that thingy about no longer in place. Start tracking. Destroy the game object, blah blah blah. Is it just about the destruction actually that we need sort of now we get all 3 no longer in place. Well, that's super strange. What is going on? Yeah, because the tracking condition should run there without any problem. If I remove that and then I add it back in. Nice work. Is it just the case that if I destroy them like this, it doesn't actually count them? You can see the new power cell count there at least. Yeah. It clearly doesn't. It doesn't actually work if we do it like that. Okay. Alright, that would explain it. So they need to be removed sort of properly. I can put them there with the debug menu, but I can't remove them with the debug menu. It's possible that I can actually change it here. Let's see. Create trigger. Ignore removed objects. It's set to false though. Shouldn't ignore removed objects. I'm pretty sure actually if let's take the middle one as an example, just uncomment this debug prints here. I'm reasonably certain that we actually get that print there. Yeah, I don't need the mission to test this actually. Okay, now the game runs a little better, but it's not super smooth today. I don't know exactly what's going on. Okay, so actions, destroy game object. Well, I actually seem to stand corrected. I don't get that out. Oh, actually I do. Yes, I do get it. Removed. Not found. Ah. Yeah. I know what the problem is here. The problem is that when we insert an object here, we get the type nicely as we want. Type gameplay object PowerCell. That's not a problem. And if you remove it with the gripper, for example, you also get that. But if you remove it here with this debug menu, you can set a PowerCell here. You get this removed not found because the object has already been destroyed at that point. So you put a gripper here. You put a PowerCell on the ground. Yeah, I bet we get the output actually if we just put it in here using the gripper, and then we remove it using the gripper as well. I bet that would work. And it's super front heavy. Lift it a little bit. There we go. Like that. Okay, so we get receptacle 1 inserted, spawn, blah blah blah. It's actually receptacle 2, but I guess the string is just copy pasted, so it says receptacle 1. Yeah, and now we get it. Receptacle removed, you get spawned PJ3C. Same as there. Okay, so it probably actually works. I just can't insert and remove them with those debug functionality thingies. Alright, I'm gonna take it on fate that it actually does work and just hook that back there. Alright, should we add more to these random things? These are getting kind of annoying. frankly. I think I need at least one more on the side where you actually put these in. Just do like one more power cell in the bank. I don't know. I'm not a writer. Alright, so start the mission. And what I can do now is actually just open the main gate again. Let's try it that way. I'm gonna hack that so that I can just drive in there. We know that the gate opening script actually works, so it's not a problem. They say that the gates are closed, but of course they aren't. Nice, you're in. Yes, I am. See if you can find a gripper. I know where to find one. Whoa. I think we need to put that delay down a little bit. So what I can do instead is I can just spawn a bunch of power cells on the ground, but then I need to lift them properly into the receptacles and out of them again. So let's do that. Let's put in 1, 2, and 3. Again, it's super front heavy, so let's see if I can actually control this. So we do like boop. Okay, I missed the thing. I missed the thing. Like so, and let's aim a bit better. There we go. That's one power cell in place. The gate is opening. Wonderful. Still need 2 more power cells though to power the elevator. Right, so now it works. I can see there in the lower right corner that like now we have power cell counts is 1 currently, and I'm somehow annoyingly stuck here. What is going on? Is it just that I'm misaligned? I think I'm probably just misaligned. And now if I pick this up, it goes down to 0. So now it properly counts the inserts and removals. Yes, another power cell in place. And now we can get rid of the one next to it. Do wonder if we should actually get if we should remove that like top side of that, so that it's just sitting on top of those. It's a little easy to get stuck on that. Right, so now we removed the empty one. That doesn't really have any bearing on the count. It's still 1, as you can see. I think we should probably get rid of the top side of that receptacle platform. Right, one more power cell in the bank. And again, we can like remove that one just for funsies. Make sure that this now otherwise works. And it goes back to 1. All right, like that. It's gonna be interesting that you can get stuck there because your gripper arm is still holding on to that, but the receptacle sucked it into place, which means that you're essentially stuck there. You need to open the gripper arm to get free. Which is of course realistic in a way, but I wonder if it is fun. There we go. Gather your vehicles at the elevator. Okay, and now then, if I go and take that out, it should go back to the and Rowan goes like, what are you doing? And we can put it back again. Nice work. And I need to gather my vehicles. Okay. So that now works. Cool. Nice. Okay. I think I actually know why those triggers aren't showing up. By the way, let's see, where's the that one, mountain path? It's probably because it's hidden, right? Yes, that's why. Okay. Okay, that's why. Alright, what is the next step then in here? Like I have this whole phase 2B that I need to figure out. And that's a pretty large thing. But I probably need to think about that some more. And we have kind of like this is the end of the mission currently. And then of course I need to make it so that this elevator here actually rises up. That's probably just a primitive object currently, so it doesn't move, it can't move. Yeah. But yeah, I think there's sort of like the main mission flow here inside this base is now mostly done. Which is nice. Especially like this thing here. Although I'm sure there's some bugs here, some ways to break this flow still. I wonder if this works. Would that work? Apparently not. Debugging tools, yes, they would be very handy indeed. I've been thinking about doing something like that. There's no connection between the Nemo editor and the running game currently, though. But yes, that would absolutely be useful. One problem is that with this printer node graphs, it's executing all kinds of things all over the place. Like you can see here, it starts very linearly and goes through all of this. But then it actually splits off into like, what is this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places. 6, 7 actually. Even though this doesn't do anything, it still kind of hangs around there. So we need to somehow figure out how to display the things that are actually active at the same time. Otherwise you'll just get like a visual overload. But yeah, some things that could just like could color like the nodes that have been visited, like with like a green border or something. That could be very handy indeed. Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, it's the exact same thing that's used in Merlin, for example, for these particle effects. Use the same system here, so it would be very handy to do that here as well. Yeah. Yeah, I read your comment about displaying what node is active. That's possible, but it gets a little messy Let's see. Do I actually have I have RTC running on this machine? No, doesn't look like I have it. In Slide I had something a little similar, which we can take a quick look at. If it runs. No. That's not good. Oh, come on. That's what I want. And that needs to be Slide. That should work. So here, I didn't have Nemo for Slide, but I had a previous incarnation of the system. Jesus, this is loud. Audio, is it? Yes. I have something called GameDB, which is sort of like a precursor to Nemo. I think Mission Demo 1 is the thing that we're actually looking at. So here we also have global variables like this, and you can sort of check them here in real time as they are actually progressing. Let's see if we drive forward a little bit. You should see some of those becoming true as we actually progress through the mission, right? Yeah, player found Diego. You can see the characters have the same names as in Traction Point, actually, because I just reused a bunch of stuff from this incarnation. Like this. So player switch to Lancer, for example, should be set to true. Actually, it's not. Okay, maybe that's a variable that wasn't never used. But yeah, something like this could be done quite easily. It shows like the whole global variable state, global variable set at once, and that's kind of handy. I haven't implemented this for Nemo or Traction Point yet, but it's a very similar system, and this is sort of like the precursor to Nemo. So let's shoot some dudes. Boom. This railgun is super OP. Actually, this whole vehicle is super OP. Oh yeah, you can see like those values turning green over time when I actually kill these guys. Something like that. Yeah, I can actually. I do have to track which nodes are visited already, just because of how this system works. Right, like this thing here, for example. If we didn't actually track and cut the execution flow every now and then, you would end up in in a infinite loop, like you have a thing like this which goes into this one, and if the condition is false, you just go back here and then you continue. So this is clearly like a loop that is cut and time boxed. Not really time boxed. It's just like it doesn't execute more a node more than once per update of this flow graph. So just for like implementation reasons, the system is already tracking which nodes have been visited during the frame and all of that. And I could dump that to the screen in some form. It's not really a problem. Just a matter of like how do I actually want to present that. And then we have so many of these things, especially if we extend it to something like Merlin. We have the cartoon smoke. This is the like the bubble looking dust effect, which is not actually super beautiful, and I need to probably replace with something better. But this is the effect that like is emitted from every wheel of every car. So this thing here, and then it's a matter of like, okay, so how do we actually target? You don't want to debug every single cartoon smoke effect in the game, because there might be 30, 40 of them. And it's like it's starting and stopping instances of it over time, right? If you get a little bit of air time, it stops it like that, and then it starts a new one, etc. So a lot of questions about like, okay, so how do we actually enable the debugger or the visualization for a certain instance when they're created, and so on. Ideally, I'd like to have a debugger that would just work for any system that uses the Sprinter node evaluation system, which is like the underlying tech behind all of these node graphs. But yeah, I do have plans for that, and it can definitely be done. We can send information from the game to the tools and have them react to it, etc., etc. I do that for many tools already. This editor, for example, works exactly that way. But yeah, the nodes can already be identified. They have an ID. You just need to toggle it off here. You can see they all have their individual IDs here, so we could just use that to identify which node has been reached or is currently executing, or and so on and so on. Like some of these nodes are actually just like this mission guidance node, for example. This has either been executed or it hasn't, or then it has been executed multiple times, but it just like enters here, it does something, and then it exits. And then this one, for example, wait for condition, is one node where it has perhaps not been executed, or it has, or it is currently executing, because it is like stateful in the sense that it needs to wait for the thing. And then you have these nodes that actually don't really get visited as much as someone is pulling information out of them, and they evaluate their result. Like this AND here, for example, is not really ever visited, but it is connected here, so it's sort of this condition pin is pulling the data out of it, and it in turn is pulling the data out of these guys, and so probably want to visualize all of those slightly differently. And finally, you would probably want to visualize which cursor has evaluated which node. Because like when you have something like this where you have a bunch of these connections exiting one node, all of these get their own cursor. I think actually, I don't remember how it is for a wait for condition, but typically like if you have multiple connections, the cursor that enters the node is the one that like continues the first one, but if you have multiple, then it starts new cursors on those. Sort of like instruction pointers. So it's kind of complicated, but yeah, just like showing which nodes have been visited, that's not super tricky. If we can just like solve the problem of actually assigning a certain node instance as the debug target, but I'm not sure that only knowing that is all that useful, because like you can just add like a print, like here for example, you can just add a print there, and that's kind of handy already. But yeah, been thinking about this for a while. The GameDB system used RTC. I didn't have Nemo, as I mentioned back then, but I used RTC Draft and then just exported into my own format. So I don't know if there are any screenshots here, showcases. And I don't know if they have any. Just showcases of other games. Yeah, they have things like this. And actually, I had sort of like a work in progress debugger system thingy for this, where it would actually put a text next to the one that is currently being evaluated. But that actually wasn't all that helpful, so I just ended up almost never using it. I don't want the Sprinter one to be the same. So we'll see. Cool. Yeah, I think I probably need to take a little bit of a pause and think about how I want to handle this refinery section of the mission. That is kind of the last big part that's missing. Then we just have the end. And the end is also, of course, very, very important. It's probably not as much work as the refinery. And I need to do a modeling pass on this one to make sure it looks nicer than what it currently does. But yeah. Starting to look pretty nice. Starting to look pretty nice. And then, of course, just continuing with the level here. Yeah. One thing that I should make sure is that the mother vehicle can actually fit through that base. Doesn't fit in all the places, but it should fit along that main road. Let's just open the gate. And I probably need to do a modeling pass on the mother vehicle to get it into its final shape soon as well. Right, so I don't think we can fit over there through that place, or can we? I added some of these power lines just a few days ago. Yeah, it actually clips through it. Added some of these power lines to guide the player to the power station there. And I think they are causing some issues with the mother vehicle. But then again, I don't think the mother vehicle needs to be able to fit here necessarily. No, there's no collisions for the power lines, so it's not like a super critical problem, but yeah, get stuck on something. Yeah, you mean those towers? Those towers are actually probably one of the first things that I modeled. I just left them there. I kind of like the look of them. We'll see if they are actually going to be used. Yeah, see, the only thing that's without power is this base. Like the refinery is not without power, and of course those towers are sort of like the warning system, early warning system. I realize I haven't spoken much about the overall story of the game, but there's sort of like a catastrophe thing going on here. And those towers are supposed to be sort of all over the place. So they would probably have their own battery or whatever driving them. Yeah, it's a little tricky to drive this thing here, but it essentially only needs to be able to drive up to the elevator. If the AI is supposed to be the one driving, though, I have some doubts it will actually make it up here. But and there's a gap there which makes the wheels go funny. I need to fix that as well. But yeah, actually earlier this morning in the beginning of the stream I added a thing there to the monorail station, like a piece of dialogue where the guys, your friends, are confused about the fact that the monorail is still running even though the power is out, because it's sort of like a separate system that's powered from the refinery, so it's just like this elevator station that's powered down. Whether that makes narrative sense or not, I don't know. It's there for gameplay reasons. This also doesn't have collisions. Yeah, I need to figure out how to do collisions for this monorail track. I mean, I can just use the same mesh, triangle mesh, but that's probably super inefficient. So let's see. And I realized that this mission is not super heavy on the mother vehicle. Like, you need to probably use it unless you manage to pull off some super crazy acrobatics with your scout vehicle. You need to use it in a few places to access the areas that are otherwise inaccessible to you. But I have some ideas for some other missions where this is like super critical that you use this. The mother vehicle, it's not that much used in this mission, unfortunately. But it is what it is. I need to finish this now. Yeah, I hope this looks fun. It's perhaps not like gameplay-wise the craziest, most involved, deepest experience out there, but I hope it scratches the itch with like big vehicles lifting things, and hopefully it will sort of work in the long run as well. And of course I'm still planning to put that sandbox level in the demo as well, and probably update it a few times after the fact. Oh yeah, this thing doesn't have any tracks yet, tire tracks. Oh well. Yeah. At least like in the beginning, you'll probably have access to all of this stuff here, where you can just run things, and you can also do like server. What is it? Run dev script maybe? Yeah. It's test vehicles, I think is the thing. It's not test vehicles actually. What is it? Load test vehicles is the thing that I was looking for. And you just get a bunch more vehicles in here. I don't plan to limit this, at least in the demo at all. And you can close the main gate, and you can do all kinds of things here. And of course, just put a power cell there if you want your power cell. Can't find any power cells, you just spawn one. That's fine. That is fine. Ah, right. That's actually what I wanted to do. Alright. I think maybe it's time to end this stream. I've been doing this for what is it? Almost 5 hours, with a little bit of a pause in between. So now that I've destroyed your hearing by hitting my microphone, I thank you for your time. All the usual YouTube things, like subscribe, write your comments below, and I'll see you in the next one. Have a good one.